Slightly tight on time tonight. Let's see if I can actually... Where you were here. And... Yes, no. Yes, and... Okay, we're good. Okay. Son of a biscuit. Whatever. This can go here. This can go here. Good enough. Alright. Slightly behind schedule today. Not terrible, thankfully. Oh yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Oh yeah, so... Oh, and I should do the thing. I need to do the thing. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Alright. Let's see what happens if I... Oh yeah. Hold on a sec here. Please hold. Yeah, like I said, slightly behind schedule today. Life happens. Alright. Does that work a bit better? Yeah. So, so now we get to Ravnica City of Guilds. And this is one of the most popular places that we keep going to. I think a large part of the reason why it ends up being popular is because... So, first things first, stuff that has a heavy multicolored idea to it seems to do well. Then you add the fact that every multicolor combination that gets handled on Ravnica has a theme, has a reason. It's not just, here's some cards. No, it's, this card has a reason, like an actual reason for existing. And so, thematically, it's really hard to find bad cards. It's, you know, yes, there's still going to be, well, it is difficult to say there are bad cards in sets without talking about what good cards are. Because it's like light doesn't exist without dark, dark doesn't exist without light. You cannot, as currently represented behind me, have a shadow without there being something to cast light. And so, what makes a card good and what makes a card bad? And I try to look at I try to look at a card in the context of the card. And sometimes this works and sometimes it doesn't. And what you end up with is you have a, you know, here's like just I'm going to jump ahead in the script slightly and pull up Night Guard Patrol. It doesn't look like a big deal, but it's 3 mana for a 2/1 with First Strike and Vigilance. Now, yes, it loses out because it's only got 1 point toughness, but it makes up for a lot of lack of toughness with having First Strike, which means when it gets in combat, it is going to take out almost any X1 or X2 before damage can be dealt back to it. So it's going to take out a bunch of the, the smaller stuff really easy. The fact that that it has vigilance also means that, it can, I can attack with it and then I can block with it afterward. Now, if I look at this just in the context of, a 3 mana card, like, I'll tell you right now, initially, I don't think I was very high on this card. But putting it in that context, and the context that 1 colored mana can often be replaced with 2 colorless mana, you can assume this maybe originally was costed at, say, double white. Well, if this was costed at double white, a 2/1 First Strike Vigilance would be incredible, especially at common, when you consider that the benchmark at that point would have been a card to the effect of White Knight, which was an uncommon that was 2 white for 2/2 with First Strike and protection from black. This has got Vigilance rather than protection from black. It's only got 1 toughness, but this is also a common, not an uncommon. And that rarity discrepancy does make a difference for certain things. It also explains why it's white plus 2 and not 2 white plus... it explains why it's white plus 2 and not double white. They want stuff that's, lower mana value to be easier to cast for things like limited and so forth. So, but if I take a look at this, and the typical historical benchmark might have been one, at this cost, would have been like a 2/2 flyer. I lose a point of toughness. I lose flying. But I gain First Strike and Vigilance. Is that worth it? And I think in general the answer is yes. Like, this thing hits combat so well. Who's that? That is an Emma. Now, I apologize if this may come across rude. Emma, are you actually a person or are you just going to be a bot? Because I get people actually saying that sort of thing a lot. Only to turn around and go, hey, by the way, here's some, hey, by the way, hit me up on, on X or Twitter or whatever. And because I want to advertise my this, that, whatever. So I'm doing good. But am I talking to a person or am I talking to a bot? That's always my question when I see stuff like that happen. So, Wojak Apothecary. My problem with Wojak Apothecary uh is that you're looking at, 4 mana with, like, basically, let's start off with, again, let's go back to Samite Healer. 1 white, 1 other for a 1/1 to prevent 1 damage to any target. This is only going to prevent damage to creatures, which makes sense because the way the Radiance ability works has to affect something that's on the board. Planeswalkers didn't exist yet. Battles for sure didn't exist yet. So the only permanent on the board, the only permanent that could take damage was a creature. Radiance cares about, doing a thing to a something, and then everything else in that same category that shares color with it. So, based on Samite Healer, like, okay, let's assume you need to prevent damage to, I don't know, 3 things. Which is not an unreasonable starting point. Keep in mind, the, Wizards of the Coast, like, they knew of multiplayer. That was the thing that people like to do. Commander was just this random format that you'd occasionally hear about at Grand Prix and stuff like that from the judge community, which is how I heard about it. I had a friend that was a judge that brought it up to me. So prior to that, it's like, okay, well, maybe this is going to prevent like 3 damage. What does it have to be? And you end up with a 4 mana for 1/1 to prevent only 2 creatures. Even if it's preventing 3 damage, that still seems a little weak. I think you probably could have cut off an entire white mana off of that and it would have been fine. Or maybe, 2 white plus 1. I think I could have seen my way to that. Sort by toughness. Aurum Samite Healer is a 1/3 legendary that can prevent to anywhere. Kitsune Bone Setter. Oh, Kitsune Bone Setter would have been their comparison. So for 2 white plus 1, you could just simply do prevent the next 3 damage. And which would have been the same as Aurum. This is 1 more than Aurum Samite Healer, which came out in Tempest. Which would have still been a fair comparison. Like, these two seem, Aurum Samite Healer and Kitsune Bone Setter, seem to be about the right level. So you get 1 more to either give an extra point of power here, or remove legendary off of here, and the ability to split up the damage. Just for lulz, what do we need for 4 damage? And then descending? Yeah, descending. Hallowed Healer is still really recent. that prevents 2 damage easily. Yeah, you're looking at these 3. When was Master Healer? Urza's Destiny, which was still recent. Uh-huh. Emma, are you actually a person or no? If you don't respond to me, I am kicking you out. I am not dealing with, I'm not going to deal with spam bots. Four damage, 1/4. You could knock, if you make it into a 1/1, you could probably knock a mana off. Yeah. Even based on that, even based on all that, Wojak Apothecary seems overcosted, which is part of the problem it's got. Plus, it also prevents 1 damage across the board, which can also prevent, because the other thing is it's also target creature. This is difficult to make it work well because, you know, if you prevent it to your stuff, even if your stuff is like mono white, let's say, even if you prevent to your stuff, you're still going to end up with the issue of, oh, and plus I incidentally knock you, knock a point down from you and knock a point. And so you may end up saving some stuff that you don't want to save. And it is harder to make it work the way you want to work. So, yeah, the Apothecary, I understand why it is what it is. In so many contexts, though, I wouldn't bother. It looks really good, but you'd also generally be better off uh, by giving your creatures a toughness boost in some manner of speaking. You're paying 4 mana. I mean, at 3 mana, you can get you can get something that gives all creatures. Actually, this hadn't come out yet, but it would be coming out soon. Celestial Crusader. Same cost with flash and split second. Which means in response to an effect that's going to deal damage to the board, let's say, you can go, cool. This comes in. Good luck trying to find a way to stop it. And it's a 2/2 that gives all other white creatures +1/+1, which is essentially going to have a very similar effect to the Wojak Apothecary, but going to be a lot more useful. Dromad Purebred. Whenever it's dealt damage, gain life. Does not sound amazing, but I mean, it can be dealt damage by any means. And so what you might want to be looking into, what do you call it? Is something like this. At the beginning of the end step, if no creatures are on the battlefield, sacrifice this enchantment. Pay a black, 1 damage to each creature and each player. Welcome to Pestilence. Well, you drop that on 4. You play the purebred on 5. You activate it, say, 3 times. This is going to counteract the damage that you lose from Pestilence. It's going to survive because it's a 1/5. People are going to look and go, this thing's going to stay around so much. No, because I'm currently streaming, and you haven't said a word, apart from, hey, by the way, yada, yada, yada. I want you to do this. I'm like, no, I'm streaming. And if you can't be bothered to actually respond when the person who is currently streaming, whose chat you're in, is trying to talk to you, maybe you don't need to be here. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. So yeah, if you're playing any sort of deck that cares about gaining life, especially if you've got black or potentially red in there, so you've got ways to trigger life gain, or sorry, so you got ways to deal damage to things on a regular basis. Take a look at Dromad Purebred. Although I will point out, if you go to, let's see, where are you? My mono white burn deck here. Let's see if I can find you. There we are. This lot here. Occasion Javelineers, Monoscallion, Triskelion, Walking Ballista, Triskelivis, all have ways to deal damage directly to a target in mono white. Well, I mean, one is mono white, the other 3 are, colorless artifacts. Sorry, the other 4 are colorless artifacts. But you have a way, and there are other ways of, in a mono white deck of dealing damage directly to a thing. There's not a lot, let's be honest. This is not a red deck, this is not a black deck, this is a white deck. White is not known for dealing damage to things very easily. But Dromad Purebred, yeah, it is very... There are ways to deal damage to creatures. And so Dromad Purebred can just sit there and gain you life. And then you start getting all the life gain modifiers. Was it? No, it wasn't Roxmore. Rock's Faithmender. I was thinking Rock's War Monk, but he's the Pancake Monk. What? Yeah, it looks like he's got pancakes around him. But yeah, the big thing that you want for that, for a life gain deck, is something like Rock's Faithmender. Then you combine it with things like Dromad Purebred and stuff that says if you gain life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. You apply all those things first, and then apply the Faith Mender at the end. And so gaining 1 life could potentially gain you, 6 life or 10 life per instance. And you just say, I'm going to apply it this way all the time. and so if you're, if you're building a deck based around life gain, this might be a way that you want to, like, this might be something that interests you. Depends on how you're going to build it, obviously. In of itself, I probably wouldn't play it. But just that fact that I can go, hey, I'm going to gain, I'll block and I'll gain a life. Just the amount of times that can end up being I think that's, like, that was the intention for the card, too. Pardon me. Was, here's a inexpensive, here's an inexpensive, well, I shouldn't say inexpensive. Here's an easy way to just counteract dealing with 2 creatures at the same time, assuming they're small. Like, if you're going up against 1/1s, this blocks and kills 1 and prevents damage from the next. Also, math-wise, this is basically a 3/3 that whenever it's dealt damage, you gain life. It's not lifelink or, spirit link, because it's not based on it dealing the damage. It's based on it receiving damage. Which explains why, instead of being a 3/3, they skew the numbers to make it a 1/5 to make sure it can survive the damage anymore. That means it can take up to 4, ahead of 4 and live and gain your life. Or it can block something that's really big, and here's the funny thing. It can jump in front of a 6-power creature with trample. It'll die, but a 6-power trampling creature will only go over and deal 1 damage to you, which will be counteracted by the life gain that you get from the purebred. Which is it's a kind of cool way of thinking about it. It's I'm sure it's not most people's first thought, but it's not a bad way to think about it in this context. If you're looking at a life gain card, I mean, this is going to stick around, barring, like, Wrath of God effects. Let's go back to this Night Guard patrol that I'd mentioned earlier. And I think the Night Guard patrol kind of gets a bit of a bad rap, in large part due to what exists now, i.e. what has come out since. And also look at the fact that most people are not caring about the fact that it's a common. The fact that it was a common doing this realistically mattered for purposes of things like draft. Okay. It really did not matter elsewhere. But a 2-power creature with first strike and vigilance. Like, what are we looking at here? ID equal white. First strike. Vigilance. Power greater than 1. Mana value less than 4. And we'll sort them by mana value. Because there's only 8. Oh. Sorry, there's 7. Elite Inquisitor. Denitha Capuchin. Night Guard Patrol. Space Marine Scout. There's only 4 that actually have that specific loadout, like all the time. Well, Pack Squad is only going to have it on your turn. Thunderous Orator has Vigilance. It only gets first strike if you've already got something else with first strike. And Eowyn only gives target creature first strike or vigilance, possibly both, on combat on your turn. So there's only 4 that actually have it. You know, if you're looking for that specific loadout on an inexpensive creature, yes, it is the worst of 4. But there's only 4. You want Denitha first, I think. Denitha or Elite Inquisitor? Protection from 3 different creature types. One of which, like, zombies you're going to see a lot of, even incidentally. Werewolves is a creature type. Werewolves is a creature type that will occasionally pop up as somebody building a deck around. Vampires, I generally find vampires is one of those things that, like, you might build a vampire deck, but more realistically, it's going to be X in my deck happens to be a vampire. You know, like, for example, if I look at my Rakdos Steel and Sack. Actually, let's go to details. I have Captivating Vampire, Krovikan Vampire, Champion of Dusk, Blood Artist. Nobody plays Blood Artist because it's a vampire. They play Blood Artist because it's Blood Artist. I have, like, Champion of Dusk is going to be, realistically, much of the time, I get a 4/4 creature for 5 mana that comes into play, draws me a card, and I lose 1 life. Okay. And then I've got Captivating Vampire, which, if I can get myself to the point where I've got 5 vampires, great. And Krovikan Vampire, which will start stealing stuff that it helps kill off. It tries to be like Sengir Vampire, but instead of getting bigger itself, it gets more minions. And then Olivia Voldaren just turns around and makes stuff into vampires. But that's like the primary reason for, like, out of the 5 vampires that I have here, one's my general. At least 2 of them are there and happen to be a vampire. And, you know, the other 2 are going to make use of the fact that I have a vampire as my general who makes stuff into vampires. You're often not playing vampires because they're vampires. You're often playing them because they have an ability, like Blood Artist, that you care about. And being a vampire, like, you don't play Thunderous Orator because it's a core. Unless you are building like core tribal. You don't care. So vampires, as popular as they are in general, you're going to see very few people actually playing stuff because they're vampires. Zombies is going to be more relevant. Werewolves is going to be somewhat relevant. Vampires is going to largely fall into the, oh, you're a changeling, so you have all creature types. So keep your eyes open for that. Danita Capuchin? I expect her honestly, I expect people to be playing her because she is for an equipment like for an auras deck or an equipment deck. Somewhere in the deck, either in the 99 or as your general. There's no wrong answer, I don't think. If an opponent controls more lands than you, you may search for planes put on the battlefield. Oh, okay. And Space Marine Scout is literally just Night Guard Patrol with an enters the battlefield that might get you an extra land into play. Once it's done its thing, it is another Night Guard Patrol. And I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying that's what it is. You're probably playing this for the catch-up ramp. So, this is not completely like, I think the most relevant one in general is going to be Danitha, which is legendary. This with an extra point of toughness, an extra keyword, lifelink in this case, a cost reducing ability, and the cost is she's legendary and she is up a rarity, and she's a lot newer, because this came out in 2005, and Danita came out in 2000. You are not the original print. What are you? 18. 13 years difference, and that's what happened to a Night Guard patrol. And I'm not saying I think she's bad. I've put her in decks before. She does really well for herself. But if you depower her, if you basically take away her legendary status and drop her back down to common, you're probably looking at Night Guard patrol. Anyway, like it's still a fine card, and if you're looking for that specific mix of abilities, if that's what you've got available and you're not in the mood for going out and picking stuff up, that's perfectly it's perfectly fine. Sand Sower. Huh. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. So that's like I think that's supposed to replace like white tap target creature. But the fact that there's no tap symbol in this means you can activate as much as you want. Which means as long as you've got another 3 creatures, and another 3 creatures, and another 3 creatures, you can keep tapping down more creatures. You're playing white, chances are you're going to have a lot of random, creature tokens, because that's the thing white does. White enjoys making extra bodies. Well, that's weird. The only way... Oh. Yeah, the only way in this set, in mono white, that I see for creating extra creatures is Twilight Drover. But, I mean, you're not playing just one set. You're playing a card like Sand Sower. You're going to be playing with things like Triplicate Spirits. And, what's that? Spectral Procession. And stuff of that nature that can spit out a bunch of tokens. And the fun thing is, they don't even have to be white creatures. So you could throw this in like a Boros deck and drop like Goblin Offensive. They certainly are. Make a bunch of, 1/1 Goblin tokens and go, cool, now I can start tapping down your stuff. Wait, what? Yep. So if you're looking to slow down your opponent, maybe you've got such an overwhelming... Maybe you've got so many small creatures. And you're like, cool. I'll use these to tap down your big stuff. Now I'll send in my big stuff. Oh. Yeah. Like, imagine throwing this in a deck that spits out saplings or squirrels. Yes, I said squirrels. I said the S word. I said squirrels. If you're in squirrels, if you're playing squirrels or saplings or something of that nature, and you're playing white, you should be running this thing. I would probably run Glare, I think it's Glare of Subdual first. But there's still this. And keep in mind, it itself is a creature, so it can be one of the 3 creatures that you tap. goes to the innocents. 7 mana for a 4/5. If a source would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals half that damage, rounded down, to that permanent or player instead. So, this means that if you deal an odd amount of damage, like, let's say, Blasphemous Act, deals 13 damage to the entire board. Okay, half of 13 is 6.5. Rounded down. It's going to deal 6. You have to deal an even amount of damage to actually get to that next number. Odd amount? Nope. There's a decimal point or there's leftovers after you cut in half? Nope. Forget that bit. You just want... Which means to kill this with damage, you need to be dealing at least 10. Yeah. So anything that deals like 13 damage, which would normally go, hey, wipe the board. If anybody has this thing in play, like anything that deals 1 damage to it, yeah, is going to deal 0. All your sources have to deal at least 2. For it to even deal 1. This will basically take a look at whatever damage is being dealt. Do all the modifications you want. Okay, cut in half. Yeah. This is going to make combat really difficult. Why? Because everything's taking half damage. You attack with a 6/6, it's going to deal 3 and need 12 to kill it. Yeah. You want to play... oh, I know where this goes. This goes into a Pillow Fort deck. The annoying thing is, this affects everybody at the table. This doesn't just affect you. You put out this card, this is going to be like, people are going to be hunting for their for their Terminates and their Path to Exiles and their Wrath of Gods and whatever they can find. And a card like this is the exact reason why when I play mono red, I want cards like Aftershock and Lava Flow and Fisher in my deck. Because I don't want to have to mess around with trying to deal 10 damage. And here's the thing. If I'm playing, like, say, Lightning Bolt, a Lightning Bolt is only going to deal 1 damage. So if I'm throwing Lightning Bolts at this thing, I'm going to need 5 of them to kill it. Because Lightning Bolt deals 5 damage. Or, sorry, deals 3 damage. Cut in the half is 1.5. Rounded down. It's going to deal 1. Well, crap. So every lightning bolt I throw, I'm going to need something along the lines of Fire Blast to deal 2. Yeah, forget it. Not messing around with that. So, yeah, this is where my decks are going to be hunting for, Aftershock or something to that effect. To just, no, I ain't messing around with it. Kill it. Yeah, you want to make sure damage is not really a thing. You play effects like Ghost of Innocence. Wojak Siren. Um, I am a little more interested in this for Pauper than I am for Commander. I see this. I basically see the card called Charge. Creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. Nice, plain, simple. And probably the impetus for, like, probably, I would say Wojak Siren was where that card started. You're playing, you're playing mono white. Cool. All my creatures, thunk. Charge will also pump the artifact creatures. This won't. But if your entire creature base itself, including your tokens, whatever, are white, cool. But for a format like Commander, I would rather have an instant that dealt, gave an extra +2 power. And that's usually 3 to 4 mana. Boop, noodle, toaster, strudel. Yes, I like using the visual spoiler. I find it makes things easier. Ethereal Guidance gives +2/+1 for 3 mana as a sorcery. Guardian's Pledge. White creatures you control get +2/+2 till end of turn. The deck is white. Like, this deck is mono white. So that is a huge boon. Inspiring Roar gets a pass for only being +1/+1 because they're +1 counters. Kithian's Tactics, +2/+1 till end of turn, with possibly giving Vigilance till end of turn, which explains why it's a sorcery specifically. Because Vigilance is a thing that kicks in when you go to declare what you're attacking with. You need it to have Vigilance before you attack with it. If it was a instant, instead it would have to be like, hey, untap those creatures. Ramosian Rally gets a pass because you can cast it for free. You tap a creature instead of paying mana. Righteous Charge, +2/+2 for 3 mana. Sanctified Charge. My entire team is getting +2/+1 and First Strike. Silver Flame Ritual, again, +1, +1 counters. And Vigilance. So for the most part, like, either getting a +1 counter or a +2 power boost is about 3 or 4 mana. It might be a sorcery, it might be an instant, depending on what else is going on. In a format like Commander, I want that extra couple of points, that extra power boost. Because if I've got, say, 6 1/1 creatures in play, what's going to be more relevant? I attack for 12 or I attack for 18? I attack for 18. There's a not completely unlikely possibility that my opponent is, that the person I'm attacking is already in a bit of trouble. And so I can actually push through a lot of damage and put them at either really close to dead or kill them. Wojak Siren and Charge and effects like that, really cost efficient. Great in 20 life formats. Commanders starting off of 40 is a big deal. I don't mess around with +1/+1 unless it's like a permanent +1/+1. Are we talking at something? Are we talking about something like, are we talking a Bad Moon effect or something similar to that? Or are we talking, because if we're only talking, a one-shot effect, nah, dog. I want at least +2 power on my guys, or +1/+1 counters. I want something that's going to have a more lasting impact. So unless the fact that it's, that it's a 1 mana instant is relevant to you, I would pass on. Dive Bomber Griffin. They've gone this well a few times and will occasionally keep going back to it. 5 mana for a 3/2 flyer, which is Tap and sack it. 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Now, generally, obviously, you're doing that on defense. 5 mana for a 3 power creature is not generally where you want to be. For this to work well, you really want this guy to have vigilance. If you can get it vigilance, let's say with a Chroma's Memorial, then this is basically, I attack for 3, I block, somebody blocks it, okay, I will sack it to deal 3 damage elsewhere. Do keep in mind that 3 damage can only go to another creature that's already somehow embroiled in combat. And the only place I can see this actually being useful is like if you're playing a Griffin deck. And even then it might be because there's better options elsewhere. Is it Bridget I'm thinking of? Yeah. Tap. 2 damage to each attacking or blocking creature target player controls. You do that and you've got any sort of like untap ability and you're just going, cool. Let's start killing your creatures. before the... You're attacking with all those? Cool. Let's start killing them off before you get a chance, before I have to worry about blocking anything. Let's not start killing stuff. Marsky! Oh my god! But I want to kill stuff. Killing stuff is fun. Yeah, considering when was the last time I saw you? 1937? BC? Yeah, how come I don't see you that much anymore? Well, not that you popped in very often to begin with. Yes, I know family and all that other jazz, but still. Yeah, that looks a bit better. I see why I didn't do it that way. I'm a tomato. I keep forgetting I've got my thing down the bottom right corner. You want to see stuff that's on the screen, not... But yeah, you're gonna have to pop around more often. Benevolent Ancestor. Again, you're basically, the math says you're looking at a 2/2 Semite healer with Defender. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's probably about right. You're paying an extra color as you would have back in the day, because it wasn't, it's less necessary. People realize that something like this is going to be a creature. This is not, pardon me. This is not a creature people are going to be attacking with. This is a creature people are going to be blocking with. They're not attacking. What if I slide you over just a little bit more? That fits better. So yeah. But I see this and it's like, you want to play a bunch of Semite healers? If you're preventing 1 damage, this could be one of the best tap prevent 1 damage. But at 3 mana, I want to start preventing more, and it may require a mana activation to do so, but I want to prevent more at that point. But, again, it has Defender, it has a fairly high toughness. You could start looking at it in terms of, like, this is a Semite healer for a Toughness Matters deck, for like your attacking walls sort of deck. Your Arcades the Strategist, or Doran the Siege Terror. If you're looking for an effect along the lines of, if you're looking for an effect along the lines of Semite healer for a deck like that, this fits. Caregiver. Caregiver looks really weird. So the first thing to point out is that this has the typical, I am the card type that this affects. Like this prevents damage to creatures. So this is the entire you choose targets before you pay costs routine that I've mentioned in the past. You can choose this as the target for its own ability and then sacrifice it to its own ability. Why would you do that? Because you need the card in your graveyard for some other reason. You need the creature to die for some other reason. If you're playing an aristocrat style deck, then this, aristocrats decks are looking to sacrifice creatures for fun and profit. Think about Sephiroth. That is currently in standard. This thing. When he enters or attacks, you can sack a creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. If that triggers 4 times, you get to transform him from a 3/3 into Sephiroth, One-Winged Angel. 5/5 flyer. As he transforms, you get an emblem that gives you this ability. So you will always gain life when creatures die, or you'll always drain when creatures die. And then, whenever he attacks, you can sack any number of other creatures if you do draw that many cards. But this is like the premise for what an aristocrat's deck wants. You want creatures that you are willing to sacrifice. Sometimes it's they have a come into play ability that's useful, and then after that they're just kind of there. Sometimes they are creatures that have an ability when they die. Sometimes it's creatures that when they come into play or when they die, they make additional tokens. Something of that nature. Then you need a sacrifice outlet. You need enough ways for your stuff to die. And often this is sacrifice a creature to scry. Sacrifice a creature to draw a card. Sacrifice a creature to give this a size boost until end of turn. Give this like +1/+1 counter, or +2/+2 till end of turn, or something of that nature. And then you need payoffs, which is where Sephiroth comes in. This is a payoff for sacrificing creatures, draining your opponent's life. So let's say you're making an aristocrats deck and you're not playing black. Let's say you want to build mono white aristocrats. Well, this gives you a sack outlet that's occasionally useful. So there's not white does not commonly get sacrifice outlets per se. What white generally gets is if you sacrifice me, you get this effect. Sacrifice this creature. Creatures you control are indestructible till end of turn. Sacrifice me. Destroy target enchantment. you know, sacrifice me. um, hey, Holly. Holly, get your adverbs here. Uh, this this allows you to sacrifice other creatures, which is, you know, when you're playing white, that is unusual. And you probably don't care as much about this bit. You care more about this bit. Ideally, you want a sack outlet that's got something useful going on. And this, you know, this damage prevention will occasionally be useful. But if you're trying to do aristocrats in mono white, you might not have a lot of options on what you can use. It's a thing to look into. Conclave Equinaut. Yeah, all the tokens you can make. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Is Caregiver, because you're in white and have the ability to generate a lot of tokens, you don't have to sacrifice real creatures. You can sacrifice tokens. Conclave Equinaut. This is the first time that we have seen the Convoke mechanic. It got introduced in this set. Convoke basically says when you go to cast a spell that has Convoke, so in this case, you go cast Conclave Equinaut, you can tap creatures for mana, essentially, instead of or in addition to tapping lands. And it will either be treated as though it's like 1 mana of a color of that creature, or if that doesn't, you know, if that's not usable, because you could tap a red creature, for example, to, you know, towards casting Conclave Equinaut. If that doesn't help towards the colored part, it'll just count towards the colorless part. It's probably the easiest way to think about it. What this means is Conclave Equinaut, in theory, you could tap 6 creatures to cast it, rather than tapping lands. And as long as at least 2 of those creatures are white, this will cost you 0 actual mana. And for tapping 6 creatures, you get a 3/3 flyer. You can also cast it for 6 mana, or anything in between. You could do 3 and 3 if you wanted. Which means if you are playing, like, you could put this in any color deck, and as long as you can generate at least 2 white mana somehow, or have got at least 2 white creatures in play somehow, you can cast this. Wait, how do you get white creatures if you're not playing white? There are ways. This will not produce a white creature. However, what it will do, this is an artifact that can get you blue or red creatures. Actually, this is probably the worst. This is probably a bad example. Let's try Sarpadian Empires Volume 7. 3 mana, 3 tap, make a 1/1 token of the appropriate color and creature type. So, you could use this. Spit out a bunch of white, 1/1 white citizen tokens. I know it sounds very plain and boring. Off an artifact that is not in and of itself white. Spit out enough of them, and it's like, well, I'm not doing anything else with them this turn. Hey, by the way, Conclave Equinox. It is possible to play this in a deck that has no way to actually produce white mana. Is it a good idea? Probably not. But it's doable. That being said, yeah, I would probably only play this in a deck that intended on convoking it out. It's probably... I wonder if that's the biggest creature that's got Convoke. Power greater than 2. Oh! Oh no. Power descending. Oh, definitely not. It's not even the biggest mono white creature. It's not even the biggest common creature. Wow. Because even Willforged Golem, you can like, it's the same mana value. And you get a 4/4 with Convoke instead of a 3/3 flyer. Wow. Okay. It's not even the biggest common creature. But yeah. I don't know. I really want a good I really want to find a good slot for this. And I wonder if the best slot for me to put this in would be like something based on like the art. Cuz this feels to me like a card that needs to go somewhere, but it's not good enough in terms of what it is to go anywhere specific. So, yeah, it might have to be it might have to be based on the art style. Gatehound I always think is funny. 3 mana for a 1/1. Creatures you control have vigilance as long as this creature is enchanted. The funny thing is, you could throw any enchantment on here. You could throw pacifism on here, and it wouldn't matter. You have an enchantment on you. Cool. Gaseous form. Yeah, you could throw sand skin. Prevent all combat damage should be dealt to and dealt by enchanted creature. That sounds right. Prevent all combat. Yeah. It's literally the exact same card in a different color. Or you could throw... I mean... Oh yeah. You could throw guard duty on it. I still love that flavor text. Yeah. But yeah, putting a gatehound on guard duty. I mean, flavor-wise, that's a win. But then suddenly everything that you've got, has vigilance. That's like cool. Um, yeah, I feel like that wants to go into like, I mean, it's a dog. It has to go in a dog tribal. It has to. As long as you've got enough ores to give it a reason. Uh, oh, yes. Creatures you control. Yes. I'm just looking at the fact, though, that it doesn't matter even if the enchantment that's on it, like the enchantment that's on the Gatehound, is something that would be considered, a bad thing to throw on. Ideally, you want stuff like divine transformation or some other, something to make it, uh, what's that one that gives? Oh well, there's three of them now. I only remembered there being two. Actually, I only remember the one. Holy Mantle, Spirit Mantle, Unquestioned Authority. And I feel like, no, you came out in Judgment. I mean, Holy Mantle seems like the better flavor fit, but yeah. Um, yeah. But yeah, Gatehound, I mean, Gatehound feels like one of those cards where it's like you were building your deck around that and cards of that nature. I think I think I would rather have that in a 60 card deck. As a 64 of deck. Like obviously for the kitchen table still. Um eh. Festival of the Guild Pact. Never was really fond of this card. I think the best thing I can think of for this card is basically a 1 mana instant that says draw a card. Yeah. Um Guardian Angel might be a better analogy. I don't know. I've always been like, I think when I originally saw this, I thought it was fine. But I see this and I'm like, how much damage do you need to prevent to make it worth playing this card? You know, and again, if I'm looking at a damage prevention deck, I might be looking at this, but I don't think this does enough. You know, sure, I can prevent 6 damage and draw a card for 7 mana. I would rather have stuff like Samite Healer. I'd also rather have an effect like Shining Shoal, where I can take that 7 damage for an extra white mana. Yes, I lose the card drop. Yes, I might lose an extra card out of my hand, but I'm taking that 6 damage and I'm shunting it elsewhere. For those that don't know the card I'm talking about. 2 white plus X. You can exile white card from hand rather than, you know, rather than pay the Shining Shoal's mana value or mana cost. And whatever the mana value of the white card that you pitch is going to substitute in like its mana value for the X in Shining Shoal. And then the next X damage that a source would deal to me and or creatures I control is dealt elsewhere. So if I pitch Sarah Angel, let's say, that's a 5 mana card. 2 white plus 3, 4/4 flying vigilance, whatever. It's a 5 mana white card. If I pitch that to Shining Shoal, the next 5 damage that would be dealt this way is going somewhere else instead. And and this is part of the reason, you know, part of the premise for the my mono white burn deck. It actually has a reasonable amount of those kind of effects to it. And so this doesn't just prevent damage to me, it ships it elsewhere as well. Whereas this is just preventing the damage. I don't think this is good enough. I would be playing this honestly. I would if I'm considering playing this card, I would be paying it as a 1 mana cantrip. And you can make X equal 0. There's nothing on the card that says otherwise, so X can equal 0. But I would much prefer a card like Revitalize in a slot like that. 1 white plus 1, gain 3 life, draw a card. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. But that's what I see. And that is supposed to be one of the better cards in the set that's in mono white. And I look at it, it's like I think the only reason it's up that high is because it cantrips for a single mana. Blue cards. Terraformer. 1 blue, 2 weather for a 2/2. 1. Choose a basic land type. Each land you control becomes that land type till end of turn. It's less popular. Probably because Zephyr Spirit has a reason for being. Yep. But Terraformer allows you in a deck that's got enough blue in it to fix your mana. I will point out Wastes does not have a basic land type. It is a basic land with no subtype. Note though that it says it becomes that type. It doesn't say it becomes that in addition to its other types. So it will overwrite whatever type the land already is. So, Watery Grave, you declare mountain, it is now a mountain. It no longer taps until the end of turn. It's not going to tap for blue and it's not going to tap for black. But if you suddenly need another color of mana, this will give your lands the ability to tap for that other color of mana. This will also give lands that don't already have the ability to tap for mana, such as fetch lands, the ability to tap for mana. So, what you can do is you can have an Evolving Wilds in play, for example. Let's say you're playing mono blue. You have an Evolving Wilds, you have a Maze of Ith, you really need extra mana. You really need extra colored mana. So you tap, let's say, Soul Ring. Or actually, let's be slightly more sensible. Mind Stone. Tap it for colorless mana. Pipe it through the Terraformer. And you declare Island. And so now your Evolving Wilds will tap for blue mana. And your Maze of Ith will tap for blue mana till end of turn. It is not a terrible card. It has its uses. The uses are going to be, fairly unusual. But it does have its uses. So, I see this as something that's trying to give mana fixing to a color that really doesn't get much in terms of mana fixing at all. Zephyr Spirit. So, as Holly mentioned a moment ago, there's something worse than Zephyr Spirit. This is second from the bottom for mono blue cards from Ravnica. Yeah. So, I mean, the first thing I'm seeing is, like, this is in a Toughness Matters deck, along lines of Arcades the Strategist or what have you. This might be attacking as a 6/6, but you can get a 0/4 for 1 mana, a 0/5 very occasionally for 1 mana. A 0/6 should be like 2 mana, 3 tops in a deck like that. Why are you paying 6? So when it blocks, return to its owner's hand. So that says to me that the reason to play... Well, first of all, when this blocks, return it to owner's hand, that happens before combat damage happens. So as long as it's not blocking something with trample, you'll just get it back to your hand and no big deal, you replay it. But there are cards that want you to replay. I'll be back in a moment. Please hold. Share stream! Okay. And I'm back. But yeah, no, there's also going to be certain decks that are going to want to see you casting cards regularly. By which I mean decks that are like, um, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, for example. Or something of that kind of nature. Then, Zephyr Spirit might fit into a deck like that. That's probably the number one reason, or the number one place I can see a card like Zephyr Spirit going. It's hard for me to make sense of a good slot to put it. Because you don't want it because it's a 0/6. ID equal blue toughness greater than 5 mana value, less than, I don't know, less than 4. Sort by toughness and descending. We can get to 8 at 2. 8 at 3 once you station it enough. But that's not going to be a 0/3 or 0/8. 0/7. 2 of them. 0/6. I see 1 at 2, 1 at 3, 2 at 3, plus a couple others like that. You've got a 3/6, you've got a 4/6, you've got a 1/6. So getting to 6 toughness for 3 mana, getting to 6 toughness or more for 3 mana or less is not difficult. Don't play Zephyr Spirit if that's the sort of thing you're looking for. Halcyon Glaze. 3 mana. Whenever you cast a creature spell, this becomes a 4/4 flyer till end of turn. Reminds me of the Sleeping Enchantments from Ursa Block. Yeah, kinda. What's answered prayers? Also reminds me of this. Whenever a creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. And if this is not a creature, it becomes one. It becomes a 3/3 flyer till end of turn. Very similar feel to Halcyon Glaze. Both of them become decent sized flying creatures till end of turn, and all you have to do is cast a creature. So, what am I casting to trigger this? I would want to be casting creatures with flash. Because if I cast a... No. Stop that. If I cast a creature with flash, I can then this can now become a 4/4 flyer that I can block with. Which suddenly means I end up with 2 blockers. So the key to this is that this is a enchantment that is not a creature until I make it one. This is like playing with manlands. You know, Celestial Colonnade and the like. Are you looking for something that's only a creature? Oh, this is also a creature that survives effects like Wrath of God. Because, generally speaking, it's only going to be a creature on your own turn, because that's when you're casting most of your creature spells. Also, it's whenever you cast a creature spell. Putting a creature into play by any other means does not trigger it. Interesting. So you can play with cards like Elvish Piper or Ether Vial. Drop creatures into play and not trigger this. Because you're not casting them. Interesting. This is going to require some brewing to figure out how and where I want a card like this that has that kind of functionality. But again, it is a creature that survives Wrath of God effects because it's not going to be a creature on someone else's turn unless I cast a creature with flash. Also, it triggers when the spell is cast, not when it resolves. So even if the creature spell goes, gets returned back to my hand, okay, that's funny. So, Holly, hear me out. So, I have a creature spell. I don't care. But something that's got flash. So, I don't know. Cheapest flash threat that you can think of. I'm sure there's some for 1 mana. So you cast that. I have Remand on Isochron Scepter. This triggers, becomes a 4/4 flyer. Remands the flash spell back to my hand. Draw another card. I mean, it's a bad idea. But it's an idea. Surprise block. Vidalcan Dismisser. 6 mana for 2/2 Vidalcan Wizard. That seems so bad. But when it enters, put target creature on top of its owner's library. Again, you're playing this because it's This is like Ravenous Chupacabra. You don't play Ravenous Chupacabra because it's a 2/2. You play Ravenous Chupacabra because when it comes into play, it kills a thing. Vidalcan Dismisser is the same idea. You don't play it because it's a 2/2. You play it because when it comes into play, it does the thing that you want. Putting a creature on top of its owner's library. That will deny a creature for a short bit. Oh. Oh no. Hey Holly. How annoying would it be to encounter this in a Splinter Twin deck? I mean, I wasn't going to say that, but sure, you can assume that if you want. If there is an intruder alarm in play, then this will just keep going. Hey, by the way, let's just take all these creatures that are in play, put them on top of people's libraries. It's fine. Yeah. You want to build a deck along the lines of Splinter Twin and really annoy people? Yeah. Start copying this thing. For those that don't know Splinter Twin, 2 red, 2 weather, enchant creature. Enchant creature has tap. Put a token that's a copy of the creature Splinter Twin is on. So, tap me, make a token that's a copy of me that has haste, and the token gets exiled at end of turn. Holly is suggesting Intruder Alarm in the same deck. Creatures don't untap normally. Whenever a creature enters, untap all creatures. So, Dismisser with Splinter Twin on it. Tap, make a token copy of Dismisser. That will trigger the Intruder Alarm, which will untap the original. So you tap and you make another token. And that will untap the original. And make a whole bunch of token copies. Bounce every other creature that's in play back to the top of their owner's stacks. And then just go swing. And probably because, probably kill 1, maybe 2 people. And yeah. We're not apologizing. Oh. If you time things right, you can have like 37 copies of, when this enters, put target creature on top of its owner's library, targeting the same creature. One will resolve, the others will fail. Shrug, don't care. just time things right, and we make a whole bunch of copies and swing with a bunch of tutus. Yeah, yeah. There's some really dumb, dangerous stuff that you can do with the Falcon Dismisser. Although, to be fair, that is true with Splinter Twin or any similar effect. Intruder Alarm and anything with a silly come into play ability. Stasis Cell. Oh, that's South Cell I'm thinking of, isn't it? 5 mana, enchant creature, doesn't untap normally. Pay 4 mana to take that aura and go. By the way, you go here now. Yeah. Um, Stasis Cell is fine. I feel like there should be a more cost-efficient version of this. I feel like there should be a more cost-efficient version of this. Um, Bound by Moonsilver might be the closest. But yeah. So if you're looking at blue, this might be the only way to actually do this. If you're looking at a blue deck that's not running white, this might be the only way to actually do this. But suddenly being able to go from, oh, you're a big annoying threat, to, oh crap, you're an even bigger threat, yoink. Being able to take an aura and move it to another creature is just really nice. Snapping Drake. No, don't. Don't fall into this trap. Even if you're playing Drake Tribal, don't fall into this trap. 4 mana for a 3/2 flyer is okay as a common in limited. Do not fall into the trap of trying to put this into constructed decks. And the difference between limited and constructed, how do you get your cards for the event? And the event can be a group of friends sitting around together at a table. An event can be showing up for Friday Night Magic. It can be showing up for a major tournament, whatever. It can be, you know, it can be like a couple of friends at a kitchen table, or it can be like thousands of players. Doesn't matter. Okay. Constructed. You construct your deck, you bring it with you. You're responsible for everything there. The cards that you wanted foils are foiled. The cards that you wanted alternate arts, you've got the altars or whatever. So on and so forth. Limited, you get some booster packs. You crack open your pack of boosters, you take a look through, and go, it's either, you're either picking a card out of the pack, passing the rest around, and getting that passed back to you, and drafting that way, or you are taking a stack of packs, cracking them open, and trying to build a deck out of the packs that are in front of you. Regardless of what happens, it boils down to what do you end up with at the event. That's the difference between constructed and limited. Constructed, you construct your deck ahead of time to bring with you. Limited, you're limited to whatever packs you end up with at the event. In a limited environment, Snapping Drake is fine. It's 4 mana for a 3 power flying creature, which means it's going to swing in for a decent amount of damage a fair bit of time. Beyond that, don't. Because, I mean, like I said before, Phantom Monster is now common. It's the exact same card with a 3rd point of toughness, which is a big deal, and Phantom Monster has been kicked to the curb more than once already. Don't play Snapping Drake. Unless you've got a real, like, does Dave has enough cards? Yeah, I know, right? Alright, Dave has got enough cards that you can actually build something. Can you build his own deck? White, blue. Okay, so Dromer. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40, 43. 43, 44, 45, 49, 50. You can almost build a Dave Dorman deck. You'd have to rely on somebody else for the mana base, but you could almost do it. But yeah, Snapping Drake, just don't. And even in Dave Dorman deck, you might have to. You have to play everything. Cerulean Sphinx. I have no problem with this card whatsoever. 6 mana for a 5/5 flyer is fine in and of itself. With an ability to just, like Cerulean Sphinx, it's like, was it Alabaster Dragon I was thinking of? I don't think so. Yes, Alabaster Dragon. When it dies, shuffle it in its owner's library. Which sounds like a really weird ability that you want. But what this means is yeah. Well, Alabaster Dragon, and I forget what the other one was. I think it was red. From, and obviously it's a card I've already covered in one of these streams. But from around this era-ish, also had a similar ability. When it dies, shuffle it in its owner's library. which gives you, amongst other things, protection against mill. No. Ivory Gargoyle, I think, went back to hand. Yeah, Ivory Gargoyle went back to hand, and you had to basically play with it revealed. Cerulean Sphinx, Holly says it avoids removal, which it does. It also gives you protection against milling, because it's in play. Well, crap, I have to draw for turn. I will take my Cerulean Sphinx, shuffle it back into my library, then draw a card for turn. And even if you can never attack with the Sphinx, you have protection against mill. This is a sort of card where if I'm playing it for protection against mill, I want it for, I want something that has some kind of effect, because if it's protection against mill, it means I'm going to continuously draw it turn after turn after turn after turn. I want that casting or the fact that comes into play or something to do something useful for me. I want, you know, when it enters, I make a clue token. It's not Ivory Gargoyle It's not Ivory Gargoyle I'm thinking of then. Yeah, it's not Ivory Gargoyle I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of one that goes back into your deck. Which is why I brought up Alabaster Dragon, because when it dies, it goes back into your deck. Ivory Gargoyle will not help against milling. Yeah. Sort by color. Not reprint. No? It was old, I know that. Oh, Angel of Fury also did that. Actually, release date? Ascending. I'm sure there was a red one. Uh, 2005. Don't know. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to look it up another time. Otherwise, I'll get distracted, 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 distracted. Oh yeah, Holly. I'll have to. I need to point out a thing to you. Shield of Duty and Reason. You remember this thing, right? Enchant creature has protection from green and from blue. Remember this? Uh-huh. So, blocking trigger, that becomes green. Aisling Leprechaun getting protection from green. Cool, I now have protection from you. I'm not going to take any combat damage from you or anything. Have fun with that. Pauper legal. Anyway, but yeah, Cerulean Sphinx I think is actually really good. Drake Familiar, 2/1 flyer. When it enters second, unless you return an enchantment to its owner's hand. Does not say it has to be yours. Does not say it has to be yours. So you can return an enchantment you've got to owner's hand. Or you can return an enchantment somebody else has to owner's hand. I generally find that enchantments see more play in Commander than they do in most other formats. So it is not unusual for you to be able to go, oh, you have an enchantment creature, or you have an enchantment land, or you have, you know, just a regular enchantment like, I don't know, Smothering Tithe in play. 2 mana, 2/1 flyers, send that back to your hand. It is a perfectly fine card. Yes, it only returns the enchantment. It doesn't destroy it or anything. But then they have to go through dealing with it another turn. It's, you know, plus, you know, this triggering other come into play abilities. You know, creatures coming into play, anything from Intruder Alarm to, whatchamacallit, Pandemonium or what have you. Drake Familiar is actually pretty good. Much better. I mean, there's a reason Drake Familiar is here, and Zephyr Spirit is down here. Vidalcan Entrancer. Target player mills 2 cards. With Sodar is Molag. Oh, Shield of Duty and Reason. I have no idea what Molag is. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I only figured out you meant what Sodar meant. Because if you say that to me tomorrow, I'm gonna have no clue what you're talking about. But that's also a me problem. Vidalcan Enchancer, I don't think I'd bother. 4 mana for 1/4. Pay a blue tap. Target player mills 2 cards. Nah. It doesn't. It's too slow. Oh, this should be easy to hit. But yeah, it's. I don't think this does enough. Like, especially since now that we've got persistent petitioners available. You know, tap 4 untapped advisors you can. Here's the other thing. If this was an advisor, I think this would be much more playable. Because persistent petitioners wants advisors. And going from, pay a blue tap, somebody mills to tapping this and 3 other creatures to make somebody mill 12. No advisor did exist as a creature type at that point, I think. Yeah, it's. I think before Persistent Petitioners, it might have been one of those cards that you played because you had to. Now it's like, yeah, whatever. Gray-scaled Gariel. 1 blue for 1/1 with Island Walk. Now, there's what I've said before about blue not being a commonly played color in Commander, at least from my perspective. Usually getting played with like 1 or 2 other colors as opposed to being played on its own. Not commonly played as a main color, more commonly as a support color. This, I believe, would be true in the less competitive tables. Basically, bracket. Once you hit like bracket 4, blue is going to go up. But realistically, bracket 3, it's anything lower than bracket 3. Like, my mono blue deck is not designed around doing blue stuff. It's designed around doing green stuff. And just, but running basic island. But then you play this, and you're like, okay. 1/1 with Island Walk. Shrug, okay, and then you run Harbinger of the Seas. And suddenly, all non-basic lands are islands. And suddenly, all these creatures that have Island Walk are unblockable. And you're going, oh crap. You run a decent amount of Island Walk, and like in a handful of turns, you can have the entire table killed. As long as you are dealing with, as long as you're dealing with Harbinger of the Seas out. Once Harbinger of the Seas is off the board, if you haven't killed the table by then, you are probably in trouble. Unless you're lucky enough that the remaining people are running islands natively. So, if you're building around Island Walk, make sure you've got ways of giving people islands. I would probably use Illuge as my general. What? I would probably use Illuge as my general. I can't remember. There you are. Parent toughness each equal the number of islands you control. When it enters or attacks, put a flood counter on target land. It's an island in addition to its other types for as long as it has a flood counter on it, which means if Illuge leaves the board, it doesn't matter. It's still going to be an island. First instant or sorcery spell you cast each turn costs, blue or 1 less for each land you control with a flood counter on it. So you build that. You have a way to give people islands. You start attacking the people. Once you've got Harbinger of the Seas out, you start attacking the people that only have islands because you made them have islands. And once Harbinger of the Seas is gone, if other people... You need to make sure people have islands somehow. Don't just rely on the Harbinger, but don't go too deep on it either. While Harbinger is out, kill off the people that don't natively have islands. Once Harbinger is gone, now you have to concentrate on the people that do. That's how I see it. Right or wrong, that's how I see it. Quick change. 2-mana instant. The reason you play this card at all, 98% of the time, you are doing... It's not the color scheme that matters. Very occasionally, the color scheme matters. Most of the time that you play this, it's because you are targeting a thing really cheaply and drawing a card. What? You are targeting a thing really cheaply and drawing a card. There are cards that care about specifically being targeted. Targeted by what? They don't care. Yeah. This is why you see cards like Whim of Volrath. It's now a $5, I mean, yes, it's a rare, but it's a $5 rare from, from Tempest, because there are specific decks that care about casting a lot of spells in the same turn, or how much can I target this one creature with whatever with whatever. And Quick Change is going to fall into that same sort of category. It is a cheap targeting spell that can replace itself. It's less popular than cards like Whim of Volrath, and I forget what the other ones are. ID equal U O buyback and mana value equal 1 target. There we go. Clock spinning falls into that. It's 35 cents now. it targets the permanent. Mind games, same idea. You know, 35 cents, 25 cents, which, to be fair, you know, both of these being common, that's a fair bit for a common. Quick change? Yeah. It's going to fall into that slot as well because it's something so that, and I don't remember what it is that wants to be targeted. But there's something that cares about it feels to me like it's one of those tireless tribe kind of decks. You know what? How about I do this? Is commander oh there. Sort by color. Okay, what do you do whenever on opponent controls? No. What were you? Helena Casa Granger. What were you? What were you? Uh, oh, might have been Nadu. It might have been. Might have been Nadu at that point. Mm. Um, oh. Yeah, I think it might have been Nadu, which is technically banned in Commander now, but I mean, again, that's also what's the word I'm looking for? That's also the real Rule Zero discussion. Also, whether or not it's banned in Dual Commander or what have you. Uh, yeah, I think that's where quick change, etc., came in. Don't quote me on that. I just remember it specifically has to do with targeting a thing. Beyond that, can't remember. Mark of Eviction. At the beginning of your upkeep, return an enchant creature and all ores attached to that creature to their owner's hands. So this is slower than Unsummon. Okay. See ya, Holly. I'm guessing you're watching the Jays tonight. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I'm gonna have a quieter stream tonight than usual. Not that it's been busy tonight anyway, but yeah. Yeah, this is the big difference between Mark of Eviction and Unsummon in terms of utility is this is returning the auras attached to the creature back to hand. Unsummon will return the creature, and the auras will go, I don't have anything to enchant anymore, and fall off. Return enchant creature, and all auras attached to that creature. Oh, so you get the mark back as well. Right? Where are you? V1 Gatherer. I think that's true. Yeah. Doesn't say. But at the beginning of your upkeep, yeah, you would get the mark back as well. And anything else. So that means that you can keep returning creatures. I mean, it's slow. So it's something you'd have to cast on your turn, and then on your upkeep, you get the. It has to survive around to your turn again. If anything happens with the creature in the meantime, you're not getting the mark back. As in, if it gets destroyed or exiled or returned to hand or what have you. But if it does make it back to you, great. This feels like one of those cards that you really want to be playing at the lower tables. Like, and when I say lower tables, we mean like, bracket 1, bracket 2 sort of thing. This is not the sort of thing that you want to be playing. Because if you play this in like bracket 4, if you try and play this bracket 4, people will just be like, okay, well in that case, I'll either get rid of the aura, or I'll get rid of the creature. Or I'll turn it into a thing that's not a creature, and then the aura falls off, etc., etc. Yeah, Mark of Eviction, this is one of those things where you really want to make it, you really want to make sure it makes it back around to you again. Don't think that's going to be as good as it looks. Honestly, I think a few of these cards belong further up compared to Mark of Eviction. How about black cards? Oh dear, black cards. Vindictive Mob. Oh. Wonder if they're going after the Golgari. 6 mana for 5/5. Comes into play. Sack a creature. What's the one that's in? Oh, what are you? No. Wasn't there one in? Time Spiral or Planar Chaos? Sacrifice. Block. Really? I thought there was one. Oh, no, this was Ravnica. This is too late. This is Ravnica. This is too late. Because I had a feeling there was something in Time Spiral, but then I just realized, like, I had a feeling there was a card in Time Spiral that was similar to this. But Time Spiral had to reference older cards. This is too new for that. Because like Ravnica. Yeah, it's the next block. Right? Yeah. First trip to Ravnica, Cold Snap, then Time Spiral block. Okay. Yeah, because this entire thing feels familiar. Whoops. What if I go... Can't be blocked by... Wow. What if I had the word sacrifice? No. Okay. Dunno. Unless I'm thinking this is... I've got to be thinking this got printed later than it did, and I'm getting mixed up, which is not completely unusual. But When it enters, sack a creature, 6 mana for 5/5. Can't be blocked by saplings. Again, saplings is a creature type. Anything that has all creature types includes saplings. If somebody's got Masquerade Nexus or similar route, good luck. You suddenly unlocked this as unblockable. This feels a bit weak, but you gotta remember, like, a lot of creatures back then, 6 mana for 5/5, unless you're looking at rare, is a bit strong. Again, for back then. Unless you've got some kind of drawback attached to it. You know, go back to something like Sea Serpent. No, I said Sea Serpent. Why does it keep pulling up when I... You know, 6 mana, only requiring a single colored mana. Can't attack unless defending player controls an island. When you control no island, sack this. Slightly harder to cast. Same size. When it enters, sack a creature. To be fair, this when it enters, sack a creature, it's not necessarily a drawback. Something like this is occasionally useful if you need to get an aristocrat deck going, for example. Having a way to just suddenly jumpstart your Sephiroth or what have you. Can't be blocked by saplings. Doesn't sound like much. But at that point, that's like a lot of tokens that were in standard were saplings. I mean, it's fine. But there's a reason it's down here at the bottom. Sewer Drag, on the other hand, makes a lot more sense. 5 mana for a 3/3 Swamp Walking Spirit. You're playing black. Chances you or somebody at the table is going to drop Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth. And if you're looking at a budget, instead of Urborg, you might be running Blanket of Night. And so having a 3/3 that you can just attack with every turn and just keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going. This is going to get 3 for damage every turn. And then, in a pinch, sack it, exile target cards from our graveyard. Again, a card that you can sacrifice for an effect. I do not know why I'm this thirsty right now. But a card that you can just sacrifice turn after turn. Well, you can't sacrifice it turn after turn. But if you've got a way to bring back cards from the graveyard, maybe you can. But yeah, sacrifice this creature, exile target card from a graveyard. Like, sometimes that is a huge deal. You want, you know, being able to target a specific thing at any time. Sure, you'll have more creatures. Yeah, Sewer Drag. I would not be upset to see somebody rank that. I'd be like, that's an interesting call. Not in a bad sense, just, it's interesting. Because it's not a card it's not a card that normally comes up. Yeah. It's not a card that normally comes up, and suddenly it's like, hey, by the way, I kind of prefer Sewer Drag over a lot of similar cards. when it comes to creatures because it is. And you are getting banned. It's a healthy sized body. Like it's 5 mana for 3/3 Swamp Walk. That's like 4 mana on its own. So you're only paying an extra mana for the ability to just sacrifice it at any point. And there are certain cards that, or sorry, there are certain decks that don't just care that a card in their graveyard got eaten. There's also the occasional deck that cares about the fact that a creature got sacrificed. So yeah, Sewer Drag? Sewer Drag is gonna do a lot more work than it looks. If I'm playing Spirits, I just might be, if I'm playing Spirits and I'm in black, I just might be interested in running it. Sadistic Augur Mage. When it dies, each player puts a card from their hand on top of their library. Don't worry, I know the drill. I think this actually came across my, I think this came across, came to my attention when I was looking at building my commons only aristocrats deck. I passed on it, but I mean, depending on the kind of decks you're playing, I can see use for it. If you're the kind of person that likes decks along the lines of discard decks, this might be more, more up your speed. It's also 3 power for 3 mana, which is not terrible. I can see people playing this. Again, would depend on the kind of deck that you're playing, but I can see it. In fact, you combine this with like Viscera Seer. Actually, what happens? Viscera Seer. Activate Viscera Seer. Sacrifice a creature, scry 1. Paying cost, sacrifice the Augur Mage. This is already going on the stack. This will trigger on top. Yes, so the Augur Mage allows you to take a card that's in your hand that for whatever reason you don't want, put on top of your deck, then Viscera Seer resolves and allows you to scry it back down to the bottom. Interesting. Undercity Shade. I have a friend who made a deck of nothing but basically, does it have the Shade ability? Cool, goes in there too. Officially, there's nothing under that bridge to hunt. Unofficially, my tortures are too terrified to go there after nightfall. Yeah, I get that. Undercity Shade, I feel like, is less good in Commander than it would be in other formats, simply due to the fact of black being a, a commonly played color. I wonder. I'm gonna have to figure that math out later. Oh yeah, you don't need to be there anymore. But, I mean, if you're building a Shade Tribal, Frozen Shade itself was one white plus, sorry, one black plus two for 0/1 with this ability. Based on that, you're paying 2 more mana for 1 more point of power and fear, which does not sound unreasonable. But it is a lot for a Frozen Shade effect. Like, I see this and I want it to start off as like a 3/3 or somewhere in that range. Maybe not a 3/3 specifically. But at least a 2/2. But again, then it's got fear, which makes it harder to block. So, I don't know. But if you're not caring about that, and you're just caring about, hey, by the way, Frozen Shade, Frozen Shade, Nantuko Shade, Nakaya Shade, Undercity Shade, just deal with all these. Okay. Yeah, Shade Travel, it probably fits in. Cling Darkness, don't. Just, no. For 2 mana, giving a creature -4/-1 till end of turn. Even if you're looking at even if you're looking at an enchantment to do this, if you're not looking at an enchantment specifically, why are you bothering with this? The reason to bother with Clinging Darkness is because you want to drop a creature's power but don't want to kill it. You want to take a 6/6 and turn it into like a 2/5 sort of thing. Why do you want to keep the creature around? In that case, you want to take a 4/4 and turn it into a 0/3. In that case, what you're really looking for is something along the lines of a pacifism effect. What's the current wording on pacifism? Can't attack or block. Alright. ID equal black. Just bond 2. What does Demonic Torment say? Can't attack. Excuse you? Or the 2 vows? Demonic Torment. ID equal B. Visions of Brutality might work better. Enchant creature can't block. Whenever it deals damage, its controller loses that much life. Cast in the Darkness, maybe. Clawing Torment might fit a little better. Visions of Brutality seems to be like the best option for something like that. But, I mean, you really want... So you want those Demonic Torment. Cling Darkness, I don't see a good slot for it. Even something that gave like, +2, -2 or something could pump a big enough creature or counters removal. +4, -1, just no. You either want to kill the creature or you want to disable it. Oh, what if... Oh, Viper's Kiss is cute. I could heal a Snakebite. Looks like you got bitten by a Constellation. Lithoform Blight shuts down a land. And Discreet Retreat occasionally gets you... Basically gives the land an extra ability that you can use for outlaws. Huh. Anyway, yeah, Cling Darkness. You want to kill a creature, like, you should even be able to do, like, -4, -4 or something. Son of a biscuit. And then mana value less than 3. There we go. -1, -1. The Coils of the Medusa is more useful there. +2, -1. Crown Suspicion is more useful. Curse of Flesh basically gives it fear. Dead Weight is going to be better. Debilitating Injuries, a slightly more expensive Dead Weight. Death's Approach can potentially kill a creature. Enfeeblement, Feebleness. Gift of Fangs, potentially. Grave Servitude. There we go. Myers Grasp, giving -3, -3. Twisted Experiment, I could see. Yeah, just so many. There's so many better options than Cling Darkness. And I will be back again. Please hold. And we're back. So, Infectious Host. When it dies, target player loses 2 life. 3 mana for 1/1. I mean, it sounds meh. This is a creature you're going to want to find a way to, like, if you're at all interested in building an aristocrats, a deck that's like a cross between aristocrats and a burn deck. Infectious Host is like the kind of creature you want to keep bringing back every so often. And even if you're having to use it with things like, whatchamacallit, Gravedigger effects. Is this the right name? Yeah. Like, you want to place Rated Scorpion first. Okay. 1 black for 1/2. When it dies, 2 damage to each opponent, you gain 2 life. This is a less good version. You play the Scorpion first. But if you need more copies of this style of effect, the fact that you're burning the fact that you're burning your opponent for 2, that is the big reason to play it. It's cheap enough that it can be brought back with effects like Unearth. It's only a 1/1, so it can be brought back with, actually, will Driver bring it back? Mana value 2 or less. Okay. So, just expensive enough, just too big for Corpse Driver to grab it. But it can be brought back with things like Unearth. It can be brought back with anything that cares about its power being small enough. So, Alicia, who smiles at death, cares about power 2 or less. So I pay 2 mana, I bring that back. It dies to some effect, either combat or blocking, and I go, cool, burn you. And every turn I'm like burning somebody else and somebody else and somebody else, and you can do that regularly. So Infectious Host, if you're building some kind of like a mono black burn deck of some description, is, especially if you're looking for a commander, 2 life is not it's not bad for when it dies. I think that's likely to be the most that you will typically see on a dice trigger. You might get more. I think it's going to be unlikely. Mausoleum Turnkey. 4 mana for 3/2. When it enters, return target creature card of an opponent's choice from your graveyard to your hand. So. Oh, he's a rogue. Hilarious. So the way to handle Mausoleum Turnkey, there's 2 options. Well, there might be more, but there's... one option is to talk to somebody and say, hey, if I do this, will you bring back what I need? You know, I'd really like to be able to return, you know, uh, Shivan Dragon or whatever back to my hand. If I do X for you, will you, and when I play this, will you do that for me? Okay. Or you can get things to the point where they don't have any choice but to let you get back what you want. For example, if there's only one creature in your graveyard, when the ability goes to result, when the ability, I should say, goes on a stack, because, you know, when it goes on a stack, you have to choose an opponent and they have to choose the target at that point when the ability goes to go on the stack. So, if the graveyard is creature-wise empty except for one creature for whatever reason, well, that's what they have to target. It is a rogue, so rogue synergies also apply. You could also get a person into a corner such that they really want you to get back what you want to get back, either because it's the best option for the game or allowing you to do what they want or what you want is in their best interest. I mean, look at the face on the ogre, you know, in the card. He's like, you're going to do what I want, right? Yeah, yeah. You better do what, yeah. Um, that being said, if you're playing any sort of reanimator style deck, Mausoleum Turnkey is like, this is basically Gravedigger, except an opponent gets to choose the card for the sake of an extra point of power. There's worse options out there. And Gravedigger, according to when Mausoleum Turnkey came out, is not really that old. Considering this came out in 2005. This came out in 97. 97. 2001. Full coffin is like a full coffer. Both are attractive to thieves. Yes. So yeah, if you're building that style of deck at all, I find it unusual. I find it unlikely you're going to have a lot of creatures in your deck that people are going to go, you want what? Oh, okay, yeah, sure, go for it. Keening Banshee. This only hits a single creature. Now, to be fair, you're looking at 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. You should probably be looking at black plus. Well, at this point, Val Imp was still recent. That was 2 black for a 2/2 flyer with a common playability of losing 2 life. So it's probably 2 black plus 1. So you're paying an extra black, maybe an extra black and a half, for a common ability of giving a creature -2/-2 till end of turn. You play this after combat and make sure that something that didn't quite die is now definitely dead. Because it can be mostly dead, or all dead. Because if he's mostly dead, then he's still slightly alive. Yeah. Keening Banshee? Yeah. The problem is the problem with a card like this in general is that black has got, like, if you're looking at as a kill card, black already has so many cards that come into play and just kill a thing. Your Necroteles and your Ravenous Chupacabras, or, you know, for, you know, your Dismembers and similar cards that can just kill a creature. That having a shrinking effect as a come into play ability, it's not useless, but it's much less useful. And I'm seeing this, and I'm like the best comparison I can think of is Ravenous Chupacabra, which is the same cost and the same size, doesn't fly but will kill the creature. And for those that don't know the card I'm referring to, when it enters, destroy target creature an opponent controls. It's been printed a fair bit in the last couple of years. Yeah, 4 mana for a 2/2. Comes into play, blow up a thing. Ooh. That is a cool looking card. I think I want that. Hey, yeah. Compare that to Keening Banshee. This will help kill a creature. It'll kill something small. And you get a 2/2 flyer out of it. Losing flying, I don't know if that's worth it. I think that might be a fair comparison between the two. I think flying just might be worth, like, in terms of, like, you know, cost versus abilities. How much is an ability worth, etc. I think that's about right. But again, it's so easy to get destroy target creature as a come into play ability. Sort by mana value. Oh yeah, and then ID equal black. Put a -1 counter on a thing. When it enters, destroy a big creature. When it enters, destroy target creature you don't control that was dealt damage this turn. So this is basically going to cover what the Banshee was doing. Disturb. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Destroy target creature dealt damage this turn. Destroy target creature dealt damage this turn. Dealt damage. Enters power 1 or less. Dealt damage, dealt damage, dealt damage. Okay, minus. Oh. Ah, son of a biscuit. There. Kick, destroy target creature. Ravenous Chupacabra, destroy target creature, and opponent controls, opponent controls, opponent controls. With a destroy target creature with a counter on it. Hunter of Viblights is going to be silly. Destroy target creature. Destroy target creature and opponent controls. Destroy target creature. Ah. And then Overseer of the Damned. Destroy target creature. Realistically, I see Big Game Hunter, and then almost anything from Ravenous Chupacabra down. So, yeah, so Keening Banshee, most of the stuff you're actually going to want to actually kill a creature is going to be like, actually, what are we looking at here? Dalek Throne has got flying. Patron of the Vein and Overseer of the Damned. 5, 6, and 7 for flying. If that's a thing that you actually care about. So yeah, 4 mana, if you do care about flying, and you don't have an effect like Chroma's Memorial or something to give your stuff flying out, this might be what you have to run. Okay. Not saying I like it, not saying I don't like it, I'm just saying that's where it makes sense. Carrion Howler. This is basically going to be 4 mana for a 2/2. Yeah. Yeah. To be able to pump this more than once, you need to have something. Oh. How much do you need to shrink your life? How much do you need to reduce your life total? Yeah, remember we talked about this before? There are decks that want their life total shrunk down. Mr. Negative comes to mind, actually. When it enters, you may exchange life totals with target opponent. If you lose life this way, draw that many cards. So if you get yourself down to like 8, let's say, and your opponent's suddenly at 40, when he enters, you can swap and go to 40 and make your opponent drop down to 8. And this gives you an easy way to just activate it as much as you want down to get to like the exact life totals that you want. And then go swapsies. Because You can, as long as you can keep paying the cost, you can keep activating the ability. It doesn't have to have a useful result at the end. Like you can go, you know, what was it we were looking at here? Sandsor. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Tap target creature. The creature can already be tapped, and you can still tap your own creatures to tap it. It won't do anything additional. If you can pay like 20 life into this, you know, activating it 20 times, and it will keep trying to shrink a creature that no longer exists. But this also has no targets. It has a something that's effect, but it doesn't target that thing. So it's always going to be illegal. And, and then when all the abilities go to resolve, it's like, well, the creature's not there anymore. Okay. I'm still resolving, I'm still resolving, I'm still resolving. But I'm not there anymore. Don't care, still resolving, still resolving, still resolving. So if you are trying to reduce your life total, maybe do an effect like you know, Mr. Negative. Then Carrion Howler shows up and goes, cool. Sins of the Past. This basically gives one instant or sorcery, like it's 6 mana, but it gives one instant or sorcery card in your graveyard flashback. But you don't have to pay any additional cost for it, mana-wise. So you can go and cast, say, I don't know, Cruel Ultimatum. Because I'm sure Krim from, you know, MTG Goldfish, I know he loves this card. If this thing is in your graveyard, it requires 7 mana split between 3 different colors. This is 6 mana and only requires 2 colored mana, both to be black, which you're playing anyway. You cast it from your graveyard without paying the 7 colored mana that are up in the top right. Sure, you exile it from your graveyard and then exile Sins of the Past. But then you get to resolve this. Did I mention that this is a sorcery? What? Did I mention that this is a sorcery? Panoptic Mirror has been legal for a little while now. I think the last year or so. Yeah. So imprint Sins of the Past onto a Panoptic Mirror. Every upkeep, you get to copy Sins of the Past. You will exile the copy of Panoptic Mirror. Shrug. That won't do anything. It's a copy. It's not real. But you still get to do all this. No big deal. Yeah. So Sins of the Past, you're going to be using this to copy spells that you cannot regularly get. And if you're playing green or white, You have additional ways of getting this back. I would take the green route personally because that gives me Risk Sweeper. Which means I can get it back into my deck. Plus, this is a creature, so I can do, if I really want to be annoying, I could go Jund and start doing things like Splendor Twinny type shenanigans, but in a less broken sense, shall we say. I'm not trying to kill anybody in a single turn. I'm just looking for it for value. The value Splendor Twin deck. Not that common. Not apologizing. So yeah, but being played fairly, this is like an additional copy of Damnation, or this is an additional copy of, was it Ancient Cravings, I think it is, or this is an additional copy of, you know, this is suddenly another copy of Murder. It's 6 mana for Murder. But it's an additional copy. This is an additional copy of just... This is an additional copy of Demonic Tutor. It's 6 mana for Demonic Tutor, but it's an additional copy. And that's if you're playing it fairly. And depending on what you're getting back, yeah, sure. It's like, I would not complain terribly about 6 mana, you know, about Sins of the Past giving me Damnation again. So, it's fine. Nightmare Void. its base point is a Painless Thoughtseize that can hit anything. So you can pull lands with it for 4 mana. That sounds pretty bad. You don't play it for that. You play it because it's got Dredge too. If you're playing Dredge, you're playing it because it's got Dredge. And the Nightmare Void, it's like the actual spell part might come up once in a while. You are rarely playing it for this actual ability. Although, it does say target player. You can target yourself. And there are times when targeting yourself is the thing that you want to do. And so you do that to make yourself discard a card. And then you reanimate it with, say, I don't know, reanimate. And cheat a giant creature into play. So, yeah, I can see this in a Reanimator deck. I can see this in a Dredge deck. I can see this being played. I don't see it being played a lot, but I can see it. Necromantic Thirst. I never fully wrap my brain around what Necromantic Thirst actually does. Here's the TLDR. Let's use Abyssal Spectre as a starting point. 4 mana for 2/3. Whenever this creature deals damage to a player, that player discards a card. A modern card that had this effect would say deals combat damage. But this is originally from Ice Age, so they just said dealt damage. they weren't as finicky back then because the most common way for a creature to deal damage to a player is via combat. So it just kind of got assumed. Abyssal Spectre, whenever it deals damage to a player, that player discards a card. What if you want to do the opposite of that? Do you do what I'm looking for? Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. Okay. Necromantic Thirst. This is an enchantment that you throw on a creature to give the creature an ability. Whenever enchant creature deals combat damage to a player, sounds like the Viper so far, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh! So this turns whatever creature... This turns whatever creature I'm attacking with, it gets a triggered ability of Gravedigger. Instead of as an enter, it's now a combat trigger. Which explains why it's also 4 mana. Why does that explain why it's 4 mana? I've commonly found that an effect like this, you should assume that it should be costed as though you get the effect 2 or 3 times. That's about commonly 2. How much should you pay for Raise Dead twice? And I think that's fair to assume 3 mana. To get it 3, but that's Raise Dead this turn, and then Raise Dead the following turn, as opposed to doing both at the same time. But it's not unreasonable to get this like 3 times. Well, how much should you be paying for Raise Dead 3 times? Okay, I could see 4. 4 is reasonable. 4 is viable. And I'm just noticing this should be... Am I still... I'm noticing I'm not really well centered here. That looks a bit better. 4 for getting back 3 creatures seems pretty good. You're not getting them all back at the same time, but you can get them back regularly. Okay. Okay. Like, this card had been out for about 20 years, and it was only relatively recently that I really started to understand what this card is actually trying to do. In terms of, like... Because, like, I looked at the card, and it's like... Okay, I hit somebody once and getting a card back. Yeah, never mind. No, I'm getting that every turn as long as I hit somebody with it. Oh. My brain originally processed it as a one-shot. That's not what happens. Indentured Oath. 4 mana for 4/3. Prevent all damage this creature would deal to red creatures. So, dragons, goblins, stuff of that nature. it's not gonna do anything. But it'll take out anybody else perfectly happily. Problem is, um, power descending. 4 mana creatures that cost red +3 that are at least a 4/3, i.e. a 5/2 doesn't cut it. You have to have power and toughness both at least equal to 4/3. Goblin Goon can't attack unless you control more creatures, can't block unless you control more creatures. Okay, yeah, I can see that. It's 6/6 that you can deal with. Bonded Horncrest can't attack or block alone. That's a 5/5. Yeah, that's easy. This is a 5/3 with haste and champion a creature. Okay, that's easy enough. Cinder Giant, maybe. Pass on the Psychopath in most cases. Pass. Ogre Recluse, I think we talked about that one before. Rip Chain Razorkin, 5/3 with reach, so already and the ability to draw cards by sacking lands. We're comparing to a 4/3. This is a 5/3 with reach. You can assume this bottom line here doesn't exist, and you're ahead. This is basically burn spell. Comes into play. Okay, this will only exist. Actually, yeah, once this actually comes into play and stays, you're good. Taxi Fable can't be sacked and can't attack its owner. Upkeep, target play against. Oh, that's adorable. When it attacks, deal. Okay, 4/4 with reach. When it attacks, deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control a defending player. You can, again, you can ignore that, and you're a 4/4 with reach compared to a 4/3. This is a 4/3 that might have an ability. 4/4 can't block alone. You're probably just attacking. Who cares? 4/3 enters. Target creature control gains menace till end of turn, and it's a 4/3 with menace. 4/3 with menace, sack another creature or enchantment. Basically, this wants to do aristocrats. You may exert even if you don't do anything here, it's a 4/3. Fourth, it's a 4/3 with a very occasionally useful ability. 4/3 trample with landfall stuff. 4/3 that if you cast it after somebody lost life, you get triple red. Fourth, like I'm seeing a bunch of 4/3s with ups. I'm seeing a bunch of 4/3s with upside by now. 4/4 with reach that occasionally can't block. Whenever one or more of your oh yeah, attack what a 4/4 that attacks that gives menace to other stuff. When it leaves your grave, 4/4 that when it leaves your graveyard deals 1 damage to each opponent. Oh no, if cards leave your graveyard. Oh, that's funny. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, 1 damage to that creature. 4/3 with reach. 4/3 with reach. Yeah, it is. It is real easy to get better than what the Indentured Oath is. At lower than rare. Yeah, I just wouldn't. Unless you're already playing with stuff that says damage can't be prevented. But at that point, now you're looking at a 4/3 vanilla creature. Sellsword Brute. I used to think this was really good. I used to think this was really good because getting a 2 mana 2/2 creature with a drawback that you could work around was really hard. Like, we're talking at common. At higher rarities, not such a big, well, at uncommon it was still difficult. But at common, it was hard. Even at rare, I think you had trouble getting your hands on um, a 2 mana 2/2 that didn't have some kind of drawback attached to it. Actually, that's a good question. ID equal red, power greater than 1, toughness greater than 1, rarity greater than uncommon, date less than Rav. Oh yeah, mana value equal to. You had Auk. Wow. Yeah. To be fair, yeah. You had Ruby Leech, which was 2/2 first strike, that made all your red spells cost red more. This was the closest you got to a 2/2 for 2 at a higher rarity, and it still had a drawback. And so for this to show up, I mean, if somebody exiled it, it didn't matter. If somebody returned it back to your hand, it didn't matter. It's only, and, this was around the time frame that we got our first Leyline of the Void. Well, somebody goes Leyline of the Void, then it's getting exiled instead of going to the graveyard. It never gets to the graveyard. So, yeah. Sellsword Brute was actually not bad. Nowadays, getting a 2/2 at common in red for 2 with upside is not that big a deal. But around this time frame, like up until I want to say at least our first trip to Theros. I want to say it took at least that long for it to be something that we could occasionally see. Oh, what? What if we do power equal to, toughness equal to, mana value equal to, ID equal red is vanilla. Not reprint. Sort by release date. 19. Falcon Wrath Reaver. Literally our first time getting a 2/2 for 2 with no drawback. Well, I shouldn't say with, but a 2/2 vanilla creature. With a support creature type, I might add. It took until 2016. The game had been out 23 years, and we finally got our first 2/2 vanilla creature. Yeah. 2016. This is over a decade after this. Yeah. It took a lot of effort to get it to that point. You could get 2/2s at higher rarity. You could start getting 2/2s at high rarity before that had bonuses attached. But a plain old 2/2 for 2? Nah. Not for over another decade. Yeah, that being said, if you're playing mercenaries, it's fine. But I'd probably find something better, like even something that does have a drawback. I'd probably still find something else. Fishino Slasher, I'm noticing a lot of this kind of effect. If you can manage to keep this around, yeah, that can do, it can hit for a lot. But you can only activate it natively once. And that basically turns it into a 2/1 instead of a 1/2. I honestly, in most cases, I would be playing the. I would probably play the Brute or the Oath above the Slasher. I'm sure I would play the Brute before either of those two. Because the Slasher really needs a lot of help before making it worthwhile. Greater Forgeling. Again, something that you can only safely activate once. 5 mana for a 3/4. That can suddenly become a 6/1 to end a turn. You try activating it a second time, it dies. Blockbuster. This is a card whose effect I keep forgetting exists. Because I never remember it doing what I think it does. And it says right on the card what it does. And it just never sinks in. I see, 5 mana, pay 2 and sack it to deal 3 damage to, and then my brain ignores the rest of the card. And I'm like, oh, it deals 3 damage to target creature or something like that. No, to each tapped creature and each player. You put this out to suggest to people that attacking you might not be in their best interest. You put this out to suggest to people that attacking elsewhere might be a better idea. Especially once you start playing with cards that increase the amount of damage that, sources you control might deal. Like, what happens if you've got Sorry. Nope. That way. Had it right the first time. What if you got Fire Emancipation in play? If a source you control would deal damage to a permanent player, it deals triple that damage instead. I'm sad that the Enchanting Tales version is like the least expensive version. Like everything else looks the same. The only reason this is more is because it's pre-release, like it's a pre-release promo, so it's foil. That one's borderless, but yeah, it's like yeah. But if you have Fiery Emancipation in play, and then you sacrifice this, it's going to deal 9 damage to each tapped creature in each player. Of course, if you then have, you know, again, my typical go-to, which in this case is quite viable, Akroma's Memorial in play. What? Why Akroma's Memorial this time? Protection from Rad. Nothing happens to your creatures. Yeah. But yeah, Blockbuster? Being able to just pay 2 mana and hit a bunch of creatures and players. Just thunk. Okay. And this is... The other thing to remember is typically when red is dealing damage to a class of creatures, it's... Pardon me. It's creatures without flying. This doesn't care if they fly or not. They just have to be tapped. Getting creatures to tap is not hard. Most of them tap when they attack. You can kill a lot of angels with that. Especially if you've got anything to pump its the amount of damage it deals. You can kill a lot of demons with that. You can kill a lot of dragons with that. You can kill a lot of sphinxes. You can kill a lot of things with that. I always find this interesting. Sabertooth Alley Cat was originally worded as attacks each turn of Fable. And now it says attacks each combat of Fable. Boop. Noodle. Huh. Why can I not? This is... Hmm. Alright, give me a moment. Let's see what happens if I do this. Uh, hold on a sec here. You. What are you? Control Shift. There we go. You. Um. Hmm. This is kind of disconcerting. I'm okay. Hold on. Heck. Yada yada yada. Okay. You are. Wow. Um. Alright. I might have to restart my machine. Things are not behaving. I shall return shortly. Back soon. Shift escape. There we are. I might have found a way to do this. Control Shift Escape. Alright. I'll be back shortly.